Order. The Subcommittee on Supply will come to order. It is now 3:40 p.m. The subcommittee is meeting to consider the estimates for the Department of Justice as outlined in Resolution E12. Resolved that a sum not exceeding $450,288,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Justice pursuant to the estimate. I will now invite the Minister of Justice to make opening comments for up to an hour, and if they wish, introduce staff as well. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you and good afternoon, Chair, colleagues, and others who may be watching at home. I'm pleased to be here today to talk about the work of the Department of Justice and to speak about our priorities, as well as some of the challenges facing our department in the coming year. I look forward to sharing the significant work of this important government department, as well as the budget highlights for the Public Prosecution Services, Nova Scotia Legal Aid, and other agencies I have responsibility for. I will say we originally expected to be before the committee next week. However, I am happy that we were able to accommodate the request to appear today. I am joined at the table by my deputy, Candace Thomas, and the department's Executive Director of Finance, Toyin Akindo Joe. As Attorney General and the Minister of Justice, I see a tremendous work our team does daily on behalf of Nova Scotians. Chair, the work we are involved in is significant. That's why I welcome this opportunity to answer questions about the investments being made in our justice system. The Department of Justice is focused on keeping Nova Scotians and the community we live in safe. We continue to address the impacts of human trafficking and domestic violence. We continue to take steps to eradicate anti-Black racism, as well as Indigenous and systematic discrimination in the justice system, in partnership with communities, law enforcement, and our justice partners. We are working hard to make our province more accessible so that all Nova Scotians, regardless of their disabilities, can live, work, and contribute to our province. We are also fully engaged with the judiciary branch and other justice partners to keep the courts running smoothly and effectively, and taking lessons learned from the pandemic to expand the use of technologies in the court system. Of course, one of our highest priorities for action over the short and long term will come from the Mass Casualty Commission report. Chair, 22 Nova Scotians lost their lives in a tragedy that even today is beyond belief. I can't state strongly enough how committed I, as well as my senior management team, are to take all the necessary steps with our federal colleagues to ensure that something like this never happens again. Today, the Commission released its final report and recommendations after the unspeakable, heartbreaking event that shook our province and the entire country. The events of April 18th and 19th, 2020 forever changed us as Nova Scotians. Our thoughts are with the families, the survivors, and the communities who have endured unimaginable pain. They are in our thoughts, they are close in our hearts. We have said from the beginning that this process needed to get answers for the families and for all Nova Scotians, and I want to thank the commissioners and their teams for their work. Now it is turned over to us to take what we have learned and make our province safer. The governments of Nova Scotia and Canada have a responsibility to act, to carefully consider the recommendations. There is much work to do, and we need to take the time to get this right. This will require an across-government and intergovernmental response because the recommendations from the report call on all of us to address many of the root causes of violence, including intimate partner violence, as well as domestic violence, gender-based violence, gun violence, and the need for more mental health support. We work closely with the federal government on those areas highlighted in the report that touch on areas of shared jurisdiction, gun violence, and the controlling cross-border access to firearms. We have not waited for the Commission's report to act. Our department has already taken some initial steps to address some of the concerns and vulnerabilities that were identified in the immediate aftermath of the mass casualty event. Last summer, government proclaimed legislation making it more difficult for someone to impersonate a police officer by restricting access to police items such as uniforms, badges, and police vehicles and decals. The Police Identity Management Act also prohibited the sale of marked used police vehicles. The use of a replica police vehicle and uniform played a role in the tragic events. The legislation makes it more difficult for unauthorized persons to acquire these items and will help reestablish confidence in the symbols that identify police officers throughout our province. As many will know, steps were also taken to provide the RCMP and the Halifax Regional Police now have direct access to alert-ready system to allow them to send out alerts directly in a public safety emergency. Protecting the public is serious and difficult work, and we know that in certain situations, alerts are one of the tools that can help to do this. We will continue to do what we can to build a safer community and province. To that end, we are investing this year's budget $700,000 to provide that more robust policing oversight and accountability, including 6 full-time positions in our Public Safety and Security Division. We anticipate this investment will help support recommendations on policing coming out of the Mass Casualty Commission's report and recommendations. The Mass Casualty Commission's report has many recommendations, and many of them are important that we take time to digest and understand. Only slightly ahead of you, we have only just received it yesterday. I want the committee and Nova Scotians to know that our work started as soon as we received the report. We are reading it carefully and focusing on the next steps. While we cannot change what has happened, we know that we can do more to help prevent something like this from ever happening again, and we recognize there's a lot of work ahead of us. The families and the communities will be foremost in our minds as we proceed in doing that work. Before I leave the topic of the Mass Casualty Commission Chair, I do want to pay special tribute to the Victim Services staff that, led by Executive Director Kristen Tynes, who do great work every day supporting victims of crime in our province. Chair, I can't say enough about the work that they do to support clients across Nova Scotia. They, along with correctional service staff, have played a central role in supporting family members and others in the community through the aftermath of the mass casualty event and as the Commission hearings proceeded. Our staff worked tirelessly with families and communities over the past 3 years, and we continue to do what we can for the families. They were even there with them today in Truro, Chair. Staff partner with other government departments and agencies to provide on-site support for the families and the community in the aftermath of the mass casualty, and will continue to do so as we go forward. This includes providing families and community members information on accessing mental health, counseling, and in-person support during the inquiry hearings. I, as the Minister, personally thank them for their hard work. They're one of the most caring groups of employees that I've ever had the pleasure of working with. I would like to emphasize, I don't want people to forget, that our victim services staff left their own families and went to help support others in the aftermath while we were all in lockdown. I acknowledge more can always be done with initial resources, but I certainly applaud them for what they have done. We believe lessons that have learned from this event and the recommendations of the Mass Casualty Commission will help us to improve services to survivors, witnesses, and families in the future. Chair, there is also another important inquiry hard at work. So I want to take just a moment to update the status of the Desmond fatality inquiry. Much like the Mass Casualty Commission inquiry, it too involves unspeakable loss of life. The family and the loved ones of the Desmond family, as well as all Nova Scotians, have been waiting a very long time for answers. Government is just this week extended Judge Zimmerman as a provincial court judge, allowing him additional time to continue his work. We look forward to his report and his recommendations in the coming months, which I anticipate will provide us with even more insight that can be used to prevent similar incidences in the future. Chair, I always take an opportunity at estimates to highlight the scope of work we do as a department and to remind this committee of the day-to-day responsibilities, the programs and services that we have underway. There are a lot of moving parts in justice, Chair. They include the administration of 25 courthouses throughout the province, which includes support for the judiciary, day-to-day administration, and public access, courthouse security, and safe transport of persons in custody and civil enforcement. Correctional services, which includes community and custody programs and services for adults and youth within 5 adult facilities and 1 youth facility within the province. Public safety and security, including policing and police oversight, as well as licensing and regulation of private and security services, cyber safety, and oversight over service dogs. Support and services to help victims and witnesses of crime. The enforcement of court-ordered child and spousal support payments. The implementation of the Accessibility Act and the development of standards for built environment, education, employment, public transportation, and communications. Providing legal services and advice to Government of Nova Scotia and all of its agencies and Crown corporations, and restorative justice oversight. Chair, I also have the responsibility of a number of arm's-length Crown agency commissions and offices, which include Elections Nova Scotia, the Human Rights Commission, the Medical Examiner Services, Nova Scotia Legal Aid, the Office of Police Complaints Commissioner, the Public Prosecution Services, Public Trustee, the Serious Incident Response Team, the Workers' Compensation Appeals Tribunal, and responsibility for the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, plus numerous other pieces of legislation. As our department takes on increasing responsibilities and as the challenges we face become more complex, we have strengthened our management team in the recent weeks, and for the first time, Justice now has 2 associate deputy ministers, 1 to provide guidance and support on our public safety and corrections side, and 1 to manage the legal services, court, and policy side of our work. Having 2 associate deputy ministers, Michelle Higgins and Chris Collette, allows us to strengthen our leadership structure to provide additional focus on our important work that we do. I want to thank Deputy Thomas, Associate Deputies Higgins and Collette, and the rest of the department's senior executive team, most of whom are sitting behind me right now, for the preparation of this department's budget submission, as well as the approximately 1,700 employees throughout the department for the tremendous work that they've done throughout the past year. Chair, I'll now take a moment to highlight some of the investments in the department's 2023-24 budget. Our budget this fiscal year is more than $450 million. This year's budget represents an increase of roughly $34.5 million, or about 8% more than last year. The department's budget is focused on keeping our commitments to Nova Scotians with programs and services that are responsive and accessible. We are making major investments in public safety and policing, accessibility, and in resources to address intimate partner violence, as well as funding to support improved enforcement of child and spousal support orders made by the courts. As I mentioned earlier, we are budgeting about $700,000 for 6 full-time positions to provide enhanced policing governance and accountability. Also in the area of policing and public safety, there are $17.3 million to meet our contractual obligations to the RCMP H Division, which includes salary, fleet requirements, and other resources. In this year's budget, there is additionally $882,000 increase for First Nations policing, which will help to provide an additional salary and operating funds, as well as additional $72,000 for a community consultation group to support this important important program in Indigenous communities. Chair, as we all know, the internet child exploitation is a growing concern in our communities and right across this country. We must protect children online from serious problem. We are investing $200,000 to further combat the internet child exploration. Thank you. Crimes that exploit children and other vulnerable members of society are some of the most horrific we can imagine. The impacts to victims, survivors, and their families can be devastating and life-changing. We know children are spending more time online, and as a government, we are taking action to help protect children from dangers in the virtual community. This funding will help the province support police in undertaking critical investigative work to prevent the distribution of child internet in porn and other things throughout Nova Scotia. The department is also investing an additional $431,000 to support the Nova Scotia Medical Examiner's Office to address an increasing workload and to support the Death Review Committee, which have been established to investigate deaths as a result of domestic violence, as well as deaths that involve youth that are in care of the province. Chair, our Maintenance Enforcement and Victim Services Division continues its critical work to support families to get court-order spousal and child support payments to the parents that are owed. This is an important program that supports the financial and emotional stability of Nova Scotians. It supports, Chair, more than 11,000 children and collects and pays out nearly $230,000 in child and spousal support to recipients each and every day. We have made many improvements over the last several years to increase support payments to family and reduce program arrears. Arrears continue to be the lowest that they've been in more than 15 years. We continue to remain focused on reducing arrears and improving enforcement. This year, we will be investing $200,000 to add 2 more additional positions, which will improve client services. Chair, I would like now to move to correctional services. It has been 3 years since the COVID-19 pandemic was declared, and while public health restrictions and pandemic status have been lifted, we still live with this virus today. COVID was extremely challenging for Nova Scotians. It was particularly difficult for our Correctional Service Division, which has the responsibility of our 5 adult facilities and the Nova Scotia Youth Facility, as well as 22 correctional officers. Keeping in mind inmate safety in these settings was obviously a big challenge throughout the pandemic and resulted in restrictions placed on persons in custody due to public health directives and managing our facilities with staff who also became sick. However, our staff still was able to spearhead new and creative solutions. Video court appearances ensured persons in custody had continued access to their lawyers and courts, ensuring access to justice. Chair, during the pandemic, we had more than 19,000 video court appearances throughout the pandemic. Almost 8,200 video visits with family and friends, allowing them to stay connected to their support systems. With no deaths or hospitalization due to COVID-related illnesses. We did well in Nova Scotia, and we would be remiss if we did not take a moment to recognize the service of our public health teams who provided excellent support and guidance. Increased access to clinical and case management services for persons in custody, in part by making use of technology that had never been used throughout the court systems previously. Despite the pandemic, Chair, correction workers worked with community partners and agencies such as Elizabeth Fry Society of Mainland Nova Scotia, Elizabeth Fry Society of Cape Breton, and the John Howard Society, as well as working across government with community services, municipal affairs and housing, Public Works and Health and Wellness to support vulnerable Nova Scotians in conflict with the law to find safe housing and other supports. One such solution was the John Howard Society Supportive Housing Hub pilot project located in Pictou County, which opened in 2022 with supports from Correctional Services, Public Works and Health and Wellness. To date, they have been 35 admissions, of whom 31 transitioned from a provincial correctional facility to this supportive housing program. I think we have woodpeckers. On March 16th, 2023, government reinforced its commitment to support housing. We announced an investment of $2.6 million in 3 supportive housing programs through the John Howard Society, Elizabeth Fry Society of Mainland Nova Scotia, and the Marguerite Centre. Funding for this project will cover 4 years from 2023 to 2024 to 2027-2028, and it will provide $1.6 million for the John Howard Society, $650,000 for the Elizabeth Fry Society of Mainland Nova Scotia, $300,000 for the Elizabeth Fry Society Cape Breton, and $50,000 for the Marguerite Centre Society of Nova Scotia. Chair, safe and supportive housing can help people transition out of correctional facilities, overcome barriers, and make positive changes in their lives. These beds, as well as in-kind education programs and social work services provided by correctional service staff, will ensure continued support for individuals so they can successfully reintegrate into and stay in the community. Working with these community partners, we are helping ensure at-risk men and women have a solid foundation to move forward with their lives. We continue to provide ongoing supports from facility case management and community correction teams, providing education, social work, as well as programming for anger management, substance abuse management, and healthy relationships. As COVID-19 also helped drive innovation in the way that we use our courts, the pandemic highlighted the urgency to modernize the courts in Nova Scotia. It forced us to adapt quickly to use technology in a way we deliver court services to Nova Scotians. During COVID-19, the court shifted rapidly by delivering court services virtually, either through virtual courts, remote attendance at hearings via video conferencing or telephone, and electronic filing by email. The use of video and virtual technology for court proceedings increased almost threefold from the pre-pandemic days. Our court clerks, counterstaff, and deputy sheriffs delivered services using new technologies and new procedures to keep these essential services open and working throughout the pandemic. We continue to use these tools, and we also continue to work on technological advances to improve access to justice. The Digital Task Force, co-chaired by the Chief Justice of Nova Scotia and the Deputy Minister of Justice of the Department of Justice, continues to work and explore further ways to transform and modernize the courts. The focus is on improving access to justice, increased efficiencies, and better outcome for all users at all levels of provincial courts. In February, the Digital Task Force moved to its next phase of work, launching a website and a public survey seeking input on ways that modernization of the courts using technology and digitalization. The result from this survey will help the task force to consider the next steps by identifying what is working well, what isn't working, and what could be improved in new ways throughout the Nova Scotia courts to incorporate technology. Sticking with courts, Chair, with the support of the federal government, we are investing $788,000 to fill 6 positions to provide intimate partner violence programming. This is an investment to break the harmful cycles of intimate partner and domestic violence. Violence against women and children or other family members is unacceptable. Delivering family justice services and programs that address intimate partner violence is a strategic priority for Nova Scotia's Department of Justice. I want to assure women and children, as well as others experiencing domestic violence, that help is available wherever you are in Nova Scotia. This funding is through a 5-year agreement with the federal government. It will improve communications between family courts and criminal courts and create a family court navigation team to assist with navigation and assessments, as well as improve legal representation. Government is also addressing intimate partner and domestic violence through investment in police training, 2 specialized courts in Sydney and Halifax, an innovative partnership across government, including Status of Women and Nova Scotia Community College. We have improved our response to domestic violence cases, including improving training for police and service providers. Chair, I will now take a moment to update the committee on a number of my priorities moving forward as highlighted in my mandate letter. When I was appointed Attorney General and Minister of Justice, the Premier tasked me to deliver on a number of key objectives. They were to amend the Elections Act to establish a fixed election date, which we have accomplished in 2021 fall sitting, to amend the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act to give order-making ability to Privacy Commissioner. Planning for this priority is currently underway in the department. I was directed to amend the Victims' Rights and Services Act to entitle victims of sexual violence legal representation. Preliminary work is underway to expand existing legal representation programs to fulfill this commitment. I was also directed to create a human trafficking prosecution team within Nova Scotia's Public Prosecution Service to provide legal advice to police officers and deliver advanced education and training to justice sector employees, and to ensure street checks end and continue the work in implementations of recommendations within the Wortley Report to address discrimination and build trust between community and our police in this province. Chair, in December 2021, we took additional action to end street checks. After many months of discussion, working closely with the African Nova Scotia Decade People for African Nova Scotia Descent Coalition, and after consultation with police leadership, I issued a new directive to police pursuant to the Police Act that clarified and strengthened the ban on street checks. My ministerial directive eliminated a flaw in an earlier directive that had the potential of allowing police to continue to stop and illegally collect and record identifying information of individuals. We heard from the African Nova Scotian community that this is actively disproportionately affecting Black people. My directives make it clear that police must use the criminal law standard of reasonable suspicion before detaining a person or collecting any identifying information without their consent. Chair, there is no place for anti-Black racism or any other form of racism in Nova Scotia. The work to address systemic discrimination and racism in justice system continues with this government as a high priority. In September, government accepted all the recommendations of the Wortley Report Research Committee. One of those recommendations was administered to mandate the collection of race-based data by police. Information gathering at police stops will be used to identify overrepresentation when it occurs and to help police improve interactions with African Nova Scotians, Indigenous, and other racialized Nova Scotians. This will improve transparency and accountability of police. Government is committed to fair and consistent policing across this province, and we understand the importance of these recommendations for race-based data collection to strengthen confidence and trust in a bias-free police-community relations. We are currently reviewing data collection systems in use by police agencies across the province and working with community and police to identify critical next steps to advance development of the standardization race-based data collection model. We are committed to taking action to advance the recommendations directed to the province in the Wortley Report, and we will continue to engage with police, community, and other stakeholders as we address the recommendations. Social justice is a significant focus for myself and my senior leadership team. For many Indigenous people and African Nova Scotians, systemic racism and discrimination is a lived reality. That is not acceptable. We are working on Nova Scotia's first African Nova Scotia Justice Action Plan. The public consultation phase of the Nova Scotia's first African Nova Scotia Justice Action Plan concluded last fall. This two-part consultation was significant and represented progress towards our goals. It will help to address specific and systemic barriers to justice faced by African Nova Scotians. The voices of African Nova Scotian community members are a critical part of developing this plan. Chair, we have engaged 25 African Nova Scotian communities through 32 in-person sessions across the province. A midterm consultant report was shared publicly with the community members for feedback. We did this work in partnership with the African Nova Scotian Decade for People for African Nova Scotia Descent, the African Nova Scotia Justice Institute, the Association of Black Social Workers, and the African Nova Scotia Affairs. Chair, we are also working with African Nova Scotia Justice Institute on a proposal for an African Nova Scotia policing strategy, and we continue to support the Institute, which celebrates its first anniversary last year. The Department was pleased to provide an additional $4.1 million recently to support its important work. This investment brings its funding to March 2026. Chair, there is also much work to do to improve the experience of the Mi'kmaq and the Indigenous people in our justice system. Indigenous persons, too, are overrepresented in the criminal justice system, and this is unacceptable. We will continue to address it. DOJ, in collaboration with the Mi'kmaq community, is working on an Indigenous justice action strategy to ensure programs and services are culturally appropriate and responsive, and also address overrepresentation. To ensure the strategy is reflective of the community's voices, a facilitator from the Mi'kmaq community is working with our team. The committee held its first meeting in July of 22. It's in a First Nations community. We are committed to working closely with Mi'kmaq leaders in community and other government departments such as Lanou Affairs and the Office of Equity and Anti-Racism to develop a plan that is responsive and respects the unique needs of Indigenous people. We are also working closely with the Mi'kmaq Legal Support Network, or the MLSN, to support their programs and services, Chair. The strategy will be based on a meaningful engagement with the community, and a critical element and principle of this work is nothing about us without us. Important steps have been taken, including the establishment of an Indigenous court in Wagmatcook First Nations in 2018, a wellness court that respects and takes into account the lived experience of Indigenous Nova Scotians. The Department also created its first full-time Mi'kmaq court interpreter position, working out of Sydney Justice Centre and the Satellite Court in Eskasoni. Sorry, Chair. This position expands the interpretation services that are currently provided on a casual basis at both Wagmatcook as well as Port Hawkesbury courts. It also supports the goal and the vision laid out in legislation introduced last year enshrining Mi'kmaq as Nova Scotia's first language. As you can imagine, individuals appearing before a court of law want and deserve to receive services in their first language. Interpretive services are critical in achieving meaningful access to justice. Chair, it is through greater understanding that we will continue to improve access to justice and transform the justice system for all Nova Scotians, particularly historically excluded communities. Chair, I would now like to share with the members another important area of our department, accessibility. We continue to make tremendous progress towards the 2030 goals for accessible Nova Scotia by providing persons with disability with equitable access to programs, services, information, and infrastructure. The Government of Nova Scotia's Accessibility Plan for 2022 to 2025, launched in December, was developed collaboratively with involvement from 26 departments and agencies across government. The plan includes commitments from all departments. Excuse me, Chair. The plan includes commitments from all departments in many areas, including education and transportation, employment, and built environment. I am pleased to report we are making good progress on these standards. The Act sets out a process to develop standards with Accessible Advisory Board and Nova Scotians with disabilities and impacted sectors. The Built Environment Standard is expected to be the first to be enacted. An interdepartmental working group has drafted the proposed standards, changes to Nova Scotia's building code, and guidelines based on the recommendations of the Accessibility Advisory Board. We are expecting the draft standards to be posted publicly this year for comment. The public will have 60 days for feedback, with standards scheduled to be enacted early in 2024. 3 other standards are in different stages of development, Chair, including education, employment, and goods and services. In January 2023, the Accessibility Advisory Board submitted Phase 2 recommendations for an accessibility standard in education. This applies to the public and private early year, elementary, secondary, post-secondary education sectors. Multiple departments are collaboratively reviewing the recommendations. These recommendations will be made public in the spring. The Employment Standard Development Committee is working to develop standard recommendations that will be submitted to me in early 2024. In February, applications for membership on the Goods and Service Standard Development Committee closed. Over 50 Nova Scotians from across the province applied to serve on this committee. This spring, I will announce the committee membership, and they will begin their work early this summer. Chair, last month I approved the recommendations of the board to make public transportation and transportation infrastructure the 5th accessibility standard for development beginning this year. As you can see, we are making good progress with the accessibility standards. Working on the 2 remaining standards, public transportation and communications, will start over the next 2 years. We've launched the first independent review of Accessibility Act last spring. In October 2021, the province appointed Katie Aubrick, a disability scholar, to conduct the first legislative review of the Accessibility Act. She was selected by a 3-person committee that included a member of the Accessibility Advisory Board. Dr. Aubrick began review consultations in February 2022. That review focused on standards development process, identifying possible changes to the Accessibility Act and the Access by Design, the implementation of the plan to make Nova Scotia accessible by 2030. About 800 Nova Scotians have participated in the review, including persons with disability, community organizations, government staff from different departments, and representatives of prescribed public sector bodies such as municipalities and educational institutions. Chair, I look forward to reviewing Dr. Albrecht's report and recommendations this spring to learn how we can continue to advance accessibility in this province. Awareness and capacity building is the second priority area in accessibility by design. Nova Scotians with disabilities have told us that stigma and discrimination is one of the most significant barriers that they experience. And we know that accessible Nova Scotia will only be achieved by working both to enact standards and by changing how we collectively view disability. In April, we launched the first accessibility awareness campaign in Nova Scotia. You may have seen some of the social media ads on TV. These ads feature real Nova Scotians with disabilities at home, work, and in their own communities with a theme of access includes everyone. Compliance and enforcement is another priority area of access by design. We look ahead to the enactment of the first accessibility standard next year. It's important to note that we developed the compliance and enforcement framework for the Act and the standards. As we do in all our accessibility work, the Accessibility Directorate worked collaboratively to develop the compliance framework with those who will be impacted, persons with disabilities, municipalities, and other government departments and business sectors. There are over 50 people involved in this working group, Chair. In May, the framework for compliance was approved. The focus of the framework on education and awareness at the outset. Government will provide support to organizations to comply with the Act, standards, and deadlines, and will work collaboratively to address areas of non-compliance. Bless you. Chair, another area of considerable focus for the department is sexualized violence, human trafficking, and sexual exploitation. The harms of these crimes are felt by children, youth, adults, families, and communities across Nova Scotia and have disproportionately impacted on marginalized communities. We have and continue to deliver trauma-informed training and sexual violence training to frontline police officers, providing them with necessarily knowledge, skills, and ability to effectively handle the complexities of these investigations. Having a human trafficking dedicated unit to do this work that operates throughout the province is critical to our intervention efforts and the ability to convict the perpetrators. Government continues to fight human trafficking and provide more support and services for survivors. Between 2018-19 and 2022-23, Department of Justice has invested $1.3 million in an integrated human trafficking unit through Public Safety Canada's Gun and Gang Violence Action Fund. The Human Trafficking Unit was formed to enforce laws against human trafficking with dedicated support to victims and survivors, and it is comprised of 2 RCMP and 2 Halifax Regional Police officers. Our Public Safety and Security Division funds the Halifax Regional Police members on the Integrated Human Trafficking Unit who are seconded to the RCMP. We are doing a lot, but we recognize we must do more. The department is working with the Canadian Centre to End Human Trafficking on a national research project on human trafficking corridors. This research will inform service delivery, public policy, development, and police interventions for victims of human trafficking. Chair, I might also point out that the level of serious crime and frequency of gun violence we are seeing in the community recently is concerning. I grieve for the families and loved ones that have lost loved ones to gun violence. Chair, gun violence has no place in our communities. We want all Nova Scotians to be safe. I'm concerned whatever violent incidents occur in our community. It's upsetting, and I'm concerned by that. Addressing serious crime, including gun violence, is among our policing priorities for this year. The Department is committed to adequately resourcing police and working with communities to address firearms-related offences occurring in our province. We will continue to work and identify proactive ways to mitigate these trends, including collaborating with our federal, provincial, and territorial colleagues across the country who, like Nova Scotians, are combating serious gun and crime and violence. Addressing hate-motivated crime is also a priority of the Department. Hate crimes are criminal offenses committed against a person or an organization or property that are motivated by hate, prejudice, or biased against an identifiable group. We know racism and other forms of discrimination remain serious issues in Nova Scotia and across Canada. We all need to stand against hate and take action to prevent people from being targeted for their faith, their beliefs, their sexual orientation, their gender, or the color of their skin. Part of this work going forward will be ongoing cultural competency training and increased analysis and reporting on trends, which will give us more and better information to address this issue. Chair, earlier I referenced the benefits of technology in increasing efficiency in our courts and in corrections, but it is important to recognize the dangers of technology that is misused. Smartphones, social media, and online channels continue to be used for a means of cyberbullying and unwanted sharing of intimate images. The impact of these behaviors can be devastating for victims and their families. The Intimate Images and Cyber Protection Act was adopted in response to the growth of these issues. 2 years ago, the court awarded damages in the amount of $85,000 in the first successful case brought under this legislation. This court case, along with greater awareness and the supports available through the Department's Cyber Scan Unit, is sending a message that these behaviors are unacceptable and will not be tolerated. The Intimate Image and Cyber Protection Act came into force almost 5 years ago to help protect Nova Scotians from online bullying. A legislative review conducted last year included target discussions with key stakeholders such as victims and their families, police agencies, provincial and police victim services, restorative justice groups, Nova Scotian schools, and legal experts. The report resulting from this review was tabled with the House of Assembly last September. The review found that the Intimate Image and Cyber Protection Act is achieving its goals of protecting citizens from cyber bullying and the non-consensual sharing of intimate images. It also found that it struck the appropriate balance between the freedom of expression. However, it also identified the need to improve the compliance process for victims and raise public awareness of the legislation. The Department is committed to developing a plan to implement each of these recommendations. Still in the area of public safety, I want to take a moment to update on the work between ourselves and New Brunswick on expanding Nova Scotia's Serious Incident Response Team to include New Brunswick. In February, Nova Scotia and New Brunswick reached an agreement to provide oversight for serious incidents involving police in both provinces. The agreement ensures both provinces will benefit from Nova Scotia's serious incident response team's expertise and independent police oversight in the interest of public safety. Nova Scotia and New Brunswick will share costs as well as resources and benefits of this service. I also want to add, Chair, that an additional highlight for CERT this year was the appointment of Alonzo Wright, King's Counsel, the first African Nova Scotian to lead this important police oversight body. Chair, before I conclude my remarks, I would like to take an opportunity to once again thank the entire Department of Justice team and each of the agencies for their commitment to the people of Nova Scotia. They accomplish great things every day. I personally thank each and every one of them for what they do. I'm honored to be the Minister of Justice as well as the Attorney General for the province of Nova Scotia. Chair, this concludes my remarks, and I look forward to the opportunity to respond to the questions of the members. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. According to the practice that has developed over time in this legislature, the two opposition caucuses will share 1 hour rotations back and forth. You're expected to, if it's negotiated, share time with the independent member as well. Only the minister is allowed to answer questions. The minister is permitted to consult with the department. Only 2 members of the department are allowed at the table at a time. Understood? We will begin with the Liberal caucus. The honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to all the staff that are here and the Minister for the work that you continue to do in a really important large department with many responsibilities that touch all of our communities. I'm going to start around the same way that I did previously last year, talking about access to justice, and begin with the how we're tracking on the Jordan threshold delays. I'd like to try to figure out if we're going in the right direction. Last year it was reported, it was March as well, in budget estimates. The minister had reported that there were 1,230 cases that exceeded the threshold, which at the time was an increase of over 200%. We know that in September of last year, according to government documents, that number was in fact ascending. So there was 1,437 cases tracking above the Jordan threshold. That's a large number. We used to talk about hundreds, and now we're eclipsing into the 1,000 area. So I wonder if the minister could report on how many cases we are at today that are tracking above the Jordan threshold.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the honourable member for the question. Unfortunately, we still are tracking higher than we were. We're at 1,534, so 1,534 cases that are currently tracking above Jordan. Some of this still is the backlog in the courts. I know that we can't use COVID forever, but some of this is COVID related still. We have recently appointed a number of new court judges throughout the province, and we continue to look towards doing a few more in the future, and we're trying to actively decrease that number and get it back down.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I wonder if the minister can share if there's been any more cases dropped because of the exceedance of the threshold over the last year. It was reported last year that there were 15 since 2016, so I'm just wondering if there has there been any more.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair, and to the honourable member. Of the stays and dismissals granted, there have been a total of 30 throughout the province. 1 provincial offence, 3 municipal offences, and 26 federal offences.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And given that the minister is responsible for the prosecution service and accountable for provincial prosecutions, we talked a little bit about one tool that our crowns have last year, and I referenced it was Section 496 of the Criminal Code. The minister, did say that he would. It's something that I can certainly inquire into and get back to the member on a future date. So I wonder if he can tell me if the Crowns have been utilizing this tool more. Again, I'll read what it provides for them to be able to do. If a peace officer has reasonable grounds to believe that a person has failed to comply with a summons, appearance notice, undertaking or release order, or to attend court as required, and that the failure did not cause a victim physical or emotional harm, property damage, or economic loss, the peace officer may, without laying a charge, issue an appearance notice to the person to appear at a judicial hearing under Section 523.1 instead of laying the charges. And so I know the minister is aware of that tool and giving his responsibility to address the backlog. I'm wondering if he had discussions with the Public Prosecution Service, in particular the Crowns, who have the ability to work with police and utilize this tool.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Just a moment. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Chair, I will offer to the honourable member, as he knows, although public prosecutions does fall under DOJ and the Attorney General's responsibility, we do try to keep PPS at arm's length to be able to have their judicial independence and keep them at an arm's length from the Attorney General. I do know that the Crowns across the province are attempting to triage cases, particularly those that may be in jeopardy of Jordan, and they're working hard to set dates earlier where possible. I would also offer to the member that we have had some change in our in the management of PPS. The former director Martin Hirschon retired, and we had acting director Linda Oland, and we're currently in the process of looking to fill that directorship. And we have an acting person there at the moment. The deputy director is currently filling in. So once we have hired a new director, which we're in process of looking at, we will certainly be encouraging at that time for them to address any delays that might be outstanding.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And relative to that position, which is an extremely important position to fill, the briefing note that the minister had from last fall said an announcement of the successful candidate will be made soon. That briefing note was a half a year ago. The position, the person that was in the position retired in February of 2023. It's been more than a year. I wonder what the minister means by soon. When will that position be filled? Expect to be filled?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And to be honest, it was a little bit harder to find somebody who may want to come to Nova Scotia and do that job. We are trying to find someone recognizing equity and equality, diversity. So we've been trying to reach out, and we did contract a search service Of the candidates that came forward from that, we didn't feel at the time that we wanted to go out and try again, and so we're still trying. I would anticipate that there is a new competition that's going out very soon, and so I would anticipate that the hope is in the next few months.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the search service, am I discerning that to be an external firm that's leading the hiring process? And if the minister could share, given the priority of looking at equity as part of the process, are there representatives from the African Nova Scotian community or the Indigenous community represented on the interview panel that will be hiring this position?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And we have not yet established the final committee. We're anticipating now that it will probably be an internal committee.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess I will say, given the challenges and the hiring practices that are under review, which I'll speak to in a minute, within the public prosecution, that that does raise flags, keeping the process internal. But hopefully there will be representation that reflects the diversity of our communities, because these candidates that come forward need to have a deep understanding and appreciation of the historical context of what the public prosecution is and what it was born out of after the Marshall inquiry. I know we talked about the independence and the importance of independence, but it has been more than 3 decades now, I've made this point before, where we still have not had a person of African descent in this position, or an Indigenous person, or really in any position of authority in the public prosecution. And I think the minister would probably agree how that could be problematic. So I'd ask the minister about the review of hiring practices that he referenced last year in estimates. And I do see it in the minister's binder that the review was initiated on June 1st of 2022 and was anticipated to be completed and delivered by December 1st of 2022. This is a review of the hiring practices, is my understanding. I just want to ask the question, was the review completed on time? And who conducted that review?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and through you to the honourable member. So the review was completed. It was completed the end of December, early January, but it was done by an external firm, and currently PSC and DOJ senior team are reviewing the report and recommendations that are there.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm wondering if the minister can commit to tabling the findings of this review and share the results with the legislature.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess at this particular time, I would probably say no. It does identify a number of HR matters that I think would be confidential to staffing. So this time, probably not because of the HR impact.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would hope that we would see some level of transparency in terms of how we move forward with trying to improve fair hiring practices that involve equity, and presumably there'll be recommendations to address some of the barriers that I think we all can agree exist within the public prosecution. And I think the office specifically has issues of not following what the public service has followed in terms of their hiring practices. And so that's, I think I made my point there. But I'll go back to what we're talking about related to Jordan and the impact on ensuring that we have the judicial appointments filled. And so I wanted to ask about the change in the way that judicial appointments are going through, which was one of the things the government did. One of the first things they did was revamping how the appointment process works. So I wonder if the minister can share, now that that process has been in place, his thoughts on the effectiveness of that appointment process, and if there's any review of how that's going, if the department's looking at improving that process in general of appointing judges.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. And I would point out, which I know that the member knows, the advisory committee, of course, is a arm's length and independent process. They review the applications that come in and make recommendations to me as the Attorney General. We have seen an increase of diversity candidates that are being recommended, and so I think that overall the new system's working quite well. We're quite happy with the process. Before I move on, I also I do want to just go back very quickly to what the member was asking in regards to diversity of PPS, and I do want to reiterate that will be something that we talk to with the new director of PPS, regardless of who that is. We don't know yet. I think our department has shown a desire for diversity. We want to make sure we have good candidates who are well qualified, and a perfect example of that would be our appointment to CERT with Alonzo Wright, who is a wonderful candidate and has taken over that role. So thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do acknowledge the appointment. It's a good one. But I'd like to ask, since the minister has referenced the way that the appointment process has been a positive experience, there was concern about representation on the committee, and there was a member that left the committee, at least one, publicly last year, and there was reasons outlined in a resignation letter to the minister. I wonder if the minister can go into reasons why they left and maybe release a copy of the letter for the public.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you. I can't really elaborate much. I know that there was a disagreement in the working group, and one person resigned from the group.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I note that you said that the minister said there's an increase of diverse candidates. In question period in November of 2021, so more than a year ago, the minister committed to an African Nova Scotian judicial appointment. I wonder if the minister has fulfilled this commitment.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
No, we have not yet. However, we did just appoint 3 women to the bench, and one of the criticisms previously was lack of female representation, and we have just appointed 3 females a month and a half ago.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Right, and there's certainly value of females being appointed, but that wasn't the commitment the minister had made in the House. One of the reasons why I'm focused on judicial appointments and ensuring we do have appointments that reflect our communities, but especially in a timely order, is that we have seen judicial vacancies climb to as many as 4 in the Dartmouth area alone. And that is having an impact on people getting their day in court. And so timely access to justice. Intake courtrooms had no judges for extended periods of time. And I wonder if in this specific case, this delay, if there's any data as to the impact of the case delays that were happening because of these vacancies in the system. And I wonder if the minister can share what the vacancy is currently.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Chair. So currently there is 1 vacancy. We do recognize that there are, I believe, 2 more that are coming up. And so we're anticipating that the working group will get together hopefully the end of May, June to start reviewing applications again. What I will offer is that, of course, this is a call that goes out. It goes out from DOJ, the Nova Scotia Bar Association, and it's a request for people to apply. The department's limited in who applies. We're trying to encourage people. Traditionally, applicants have been from PPS or within government. We have been trying to ensure that people who are not from government recognize that they should be applying as well, and we're certainly encouraging that throughout. So, yeah, that would be.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wonder if we can get an update on family court unification. This was an initiative that has been underway for a number of years and has been expanded province-wide. I wonder if there's any feedback on this initiative and if the minister can report back any findings from that.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yes, if you could just repeat that quickly.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Lakeside, Timberley Prospect.
Yeah, Lakeside's in there. Yeah. I wonder if we can get an update on family court unification, the initiative for family court unification, and how that's going. If there's anything that he can report back in terms of lessons learned through that process.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So Unified Family Court's going very well. We have all judges appointed and rolled out across the province in July.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Does the minister plan on accomplishing the FOIPOP modernization that, as it's set out in his mandate letter?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, a internal review of FOIPOP Act has somewhat started. We're in the process soon of looking at putting up a website and starting to go out to the public to see what their feedback is. We recognize that there's, over the years, there's been a lot of changes since the initial FOIPOP Act was initiated, both through technology, access to privacy. There's so many changes that we do need to have a review of that. I've read through the Commissioner, Patricia Ralph. I have read through her recommendations, and we're considering those as well. And but we do want to ensure, of course, it's over 400 public bodies, municipalities, schools, hospital that are all affected by the FOIPOP Act. So we do want to make sure that it's done, a good, thorough review is done. To answer the direct question is, my intention is still to come back with recommendations, and we're still working towards doing that.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I happen to know that there's multiple internal reviews sitting within the government side over the last number of years, so they can check those. But I'll ask the question directly, since it was an election commitment as part of the review. Will the Minister reiterate that they will give the Commissioner order-making power?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I guess what I would say is it would be premature to commit to anything at this time prior to that public review and consultation happening. Once the report's done, we'll be bringing recommendations to the legislature.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberlea Prospect.
So what I'm hearing is the election commitment is no longer a commitment. You're saying that there is no longer a commitment to give the Commissioner order-making power. Do I have that right?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Once again, we are doing a review, and part of that review will be to see whether or not we give order-making power. Once the review's done, we'll have recommendations and move forward at that time.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Timberlea Prospect.
Good enough, I tried. I'll hand it over to my colleague for the rest of this hour, and then I'll come back, I guess, after the NDP go.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Okay, yes. Okay, so we'll switch gears now. We've heard a lot in the House and elsewhere over the last few days about non-disclosure agreements, NDAs, and confidentiality agreements. I have to confess, I've been doing some reading, and I can't quite figure out the difference between the two. And I was wondering if we could get an explanation between a confidentiality agreement versus a non-disclosure agreement.
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and to the honourable member. I certainly will say that there are similar tools that are used when parties want to protect confidential information. Non-disclosure agreement is designed to create a confidential relationship where two parties agree not to share information. And both are often used in as a settlement tool in civil matters. And that's what I could offer. I guess what I would suggest, not being a lawyer, but having a really smart lawyer with me, they'd be two legal concepts that would probably not be easily explained, but.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
That's actually, I had done some reading, couldn't see, what the real difference was between the two, and thought that I might take advantage of the Deputy Minister's presence here to make it a little clearer to me. But one of the things that I thought that I was picking up from these fairly dense explanations was that in the case of an NDA, there's a financial penalty if the matter is if the confidential matter is disclosed beyond whatever was agreed to, and so I'm just trying to figure out if that is the difference between the two, if that's a fair characterization.
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's funny, when I became the Attorney General, one of the things a friend of mine said, well, you're not a lawyer, how are you going to be Attorney General? And I said, well, I don't have to be a lawyer. I got 178 really smart lawyers with me, and so I rely on them every day. So the terms of contract would be governed by the parties' agreement, including what penalties or damages if breached. I think one of the things that through discussions with NDAs, one of the things that I've heard is it's not as straightforward as some may think, because it's contract law, and so.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Okay, so does the Justice Department or any of the agencies that report to the Minister, such as the Human Rights Commission, the Ombudsman's Office, do they employ the use of NDAs?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
I'm sorry, so if she could just repeat that again, I'm sorry.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Does the Justice Department or any of the entities that report to the Minister, like the Human Rights Commission, the Ombudsman's Office, do they employ the use of NDAs?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And so just highlighting the fact that both Ombudsman as well as the Human Rights Commission are independent. As far as I'm aware, no. But they are independent, and we would have to check with them directly to see.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
So my understanding is, in fact, they do use them, and that people are being told, you know, even before their cases are looked at, that they're going to have to sign an NDA or a confidentiality agreement. So I guess I find that concerning. Because it could have the effect of, you know, stifling people who may feel that they may need to talk about what happened after something. So I am just going to put that out there because this is what we're hearing. And again, you know, someone may say to me, I had to sign an NDA. I'm not clear that it was an NDA. It might have been a confidentiality agreement. And so that's why I was trying to find out what's the difference between the two and what are the implications for people. And my concern would be that people would refuse to even go down the path of having an incident or a pattern of incidents investigated if upfront they're told, you have to sign this, and whatever happens here, you never get to speak about it again. For some people, I think that would have great emotional harm for them. So I'm just going to leave that for the minister, because I want people to think about that. If that is indeed what is going on there, then I don't think the minister or any of us would want the offices of government to inadvertently intimidate people into not pursuing justice, I guess, is what I would say. Now, so then we get back to the whole issue of the NDAs. And so those of us who, we know what a jurisdictional scan is, and we know how long it takes. You look at comparable jurisdictions, what are they doing? It doesn't take 19 months to do a jurisdictional scan, because that was the answer last year. They're doing it, that folks were doing a jurisdictional scan. You have lots of lawyers at your disposal. You know, if you couldn't have a jurisdictional scan done within a week, I'd be shocked. I think perhaps the minister may want to see how it's working for different provinces. I'm not sure that can be categorized as a jurisdictional scan, but I'm just wondering exactly what progress has been made on this jurisdictional scan in the year since you were first asked about this, because I think you were asked about this a year ago. And so maybe you could just answer that. Yeah.
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member. So I, you know, I would put out is that as I've said in the House, currently PEI is the only province that has enacted legislation. Their legislation hasn't been tested. And so, you know, the initial hope was to look at jurisdictions across Canada. That hasn't happened because no other provinces have come forward. Other provinces have had discussions in regards to NDAs, but nobody else has instituted them. So we actually broadened our scan, particularly to look at what was happening in and throughout the United States, as well as looking at more broadly over in Europe and as well. And so as we continue to research what they're doing, and that's only been probably within the last couple of months that we've broadened that, because we had initially anticipated and hoped to see other jurisdictions within the country come forward with legislation. When that did not happen, we then broadened that review in our research.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you for that information. I guess my concern is that this has been identified as an issue, particularly for survivors of sexual harassment and sexual assault. And my concern would be that we are just going to sit here and wait for somebody else to try it, and see how it works. There's been a problem identified with this. And I just keep, is it a giant game of chicken? Where my understanding is there are a couple of other provinces that are actually actively looking at this particular issue as well and implementing that. And we don't always wait for other jurisdictions to do it. We've seen, they're like New Jersey. New Jersey has one. Have we heard about problems with their legislation? Again, I get it. It's fairly new. It happened just within the past year. But my concern would be that the harm that is done by not being able to speak, or the harm that is done by not even be able to proceed with an investigation, because you're being told you cannot speak to anyone about this afterwards. I think we have to look at that, and I would urge the minister to urge his staff to move quicker on this.
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Once again, thank you. And I think that through my limited, my own personal limited research on this, I think contract law is a complex thing. I think that when briefly in researching, there are, although not everybody may agree, there are times and pros and cons to NDAs, and that's why we're asking staff to do that thorough research to ensure that we don't de-enfranchise somebody as well from opportunities. We want to make sure we get this right, and to do that, it's to do the proper research. I've said in the House, I say again, there's nobody in that. I honestly feel there's nobody in our party or within the House who wants to see victims silenced. I mean, we want to provide support to people who are sexually harassed or discriminated against, and we want that. But at the same token, I want to ensure that we have legislation that is good and fair for all Nova Scotians as well. And so we've broadened our scan and our research.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Well, right now it's just fair for one side and not the other, so I will just leave that with the minister. I think we'll just move on to legal aid. I was in the chair recently when legal aid came before public accounts, and Nova Scotia Legal Aid is doing yeoman's work. They work hard. They have a high caseload, but once again, their funding has remained static in this year's budget, and when you have static funding in an inflationary environment, that means it's pretty much like having a cut. It means that once again, there's no opportunity to expand the scope of their services at a time when legal issues being faced by the public are increasingly complex and more and more in areas that we don't currently support. So, for example, there's been a huge increase in the need for immigration and refugee claim services. So my question, why hasn't there been a budgetary increase to Nova Scotia Legal Aid?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Sorry, Chair.
Okay. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I want to start by actually recognizing Nova Scotia Legal Aid and the work that they do. I personally had an opportunity to visit the Dartmouth office and meet. I've met with on a number of occasions with the board over there and toured the office, and they do great work. I mean, they're defending people that need it, and I'm very supportive of that. I will say, overall, they are up $670,000 this year from last year's budget. And I do want to highlight that the Halifax Refugee Clinic is who deals with refugee and immigration. It's not Nova Scotia Legal Aid directly. So, but the total funding is up.
I recognize the member for Bedford Basin.
So both Dow Legal Aid and the Refugee Clinic do in fact provide those services as well, but they have extremely limited sources of funding, and so legal aid could pick up the slack if there was more money there, is what I'm saying, you know, right? So the if you expanded the scope of their services. So I just think that these are issues of fundamental justice in our society, and I think that as more and more people come to Nova Scotia, some of them may need help with immigration, some of them may need help as refugee claimants, and so being able to provide that. And what we do know, and what we heard at committee the other day, is that $1 spent at Nova Scotia Legal Aid saves $6 elsewhere in society. So it's money that has a good return. And we also heard at committee the other day that on matters that sometimes for some people things start as one small matter, and then they become compounded if they're not dealt with. So if we can deal with, for example, a landlord-tenancy issue early on, it can prevent that person from having further involvement with the justice system, or it could prevent them from having their children removed because they're homeless, and and DCS is trying to ensure that their children are safe, that kind of thing. So I would just, I guess, put in my 2 cents worth on the dollar's worth of services that this is money well spent. And if the minister has the opportunity to advocate for money for legal aid, I think it's money well spent.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just for clarification, the province does not fund Dow Legal Aid, and in regards to the immigration and refugee, that's a several funding as well through the feds, and we did help them to secure that funding. Directly answering the question is, as I said previously, I certainly support the legal aid, Nova Scotia Legal Aid, and I have been over to them, and it is something we're looking at adding additional funding to. I recognize the same issue, dollar for value, value for dollar.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
So we've also heard directly from Dow Legal Aid about an increase in the number of people that they're actually having to turn away for services for various reasons. Sometimes it's because they make just over the threshold, or it's because they're not able to make the terms of contribution agreements. So, and you can be you can very easily make too much money to get legal aid, very easily. And I do appreciate that they do have the free legal advice for anybody at any hour of day. So if you are arrested, you can get that advice very quickly. But for people who are dealing with substantial issues, who don't have a lot of options, I mean, that really is the thing about not having money, is that you don't have options. And so for folks who are just over the threshold, I'm just wondering what the department is doing to help those people who can't do the contribution agreements and are just making a little bit too much money to be able to get legal aid.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and once again through you to the honourable member. We certainly at DOJ recognize that there are more and more Nova Scotians who are struggling. Times are rough, and we know that. We are looking at trying to review the threshold to see if there's an opportunity there, and we'll continue to look at it as we move forward. So thank you for the comments.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
So, and so we're talking about money here. The decision to freeze income assistance rates has a number of implications above and beyond, you can't buy food, etc. But for some, it actually is an issue of access to justice. So while income assistance clients do qualify for legal aid, it can be part of the qualification process. Has there been any conversation at all at the ministerial level about the impact of not raising the income assistance threshold, which again would maybe give more people the opportunity to actually have access to legal services? So, and just for, I'm not explaining this very well, but the tables used for eligibility at Nova Scotia legal aid mean you have to earn less than $1,067 a month to qualify as a single person. So basically $12,000 a year. Or as a parent of 2 kids, you would need to earn less than $1,400 a month. And these are quite low given the cost of living crisis that Nova Scotians are currently facing. So again, we have people who don't earn a lot of money, and then they also can't get legal aid.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
So the initial part of the member's question I guess the answer from my perspective would be no. I have not had those discussions when they're being had, but I certainly will bring that perspective to the table. I'm quite willing to do that. I certainly agree. What I would also offer is through working with other partners, federal, provincial, territorial partners, we've been trying to work with and advocate with the federal government to also see an increase in funding, and we have brought this up at numerous provincial federal meetings. The most recent one of a full agenda being here in Dartmouth last year this time. So we'll continue to do that federally, and I will certainly bring the suggestion up at the larger table. I also want to offer that with the African Nova Scotia Justice Institute, the funding that DOJ is putting towards there, that should also be able to help alleviate some of the stress that Nova Scotia Legal Aid is going through as well. We're hoping that by funding and part of the goal of that institute will be to be able to address some of those stresses as well. So, and I certainly thank the member for her questions.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
So, and perhaps when the Honourable Minister is there advocating for more money for legal aid, maybe also Dow Legal Aid and Halifax Refugee Clinic could use some advocacy on their behalf as well. I'm just going to quickly, because I think we're close to the, I have like 2 minutes. So when Nova Scotia Legal Aid is conflicted out of a file or at capacity, they have to issue a legal aid certificate for a criminal or family client, can take to a private bar lawyer, but tariff rates have been frozen since 2014. They start at $70 an hour, which is very low for a lawyer, and max out at $95 an hour, and that's for, you know, a very experienced lawyer working on a homicide, is my understanding. And I think they have to have like over 10 years of experience.
Order. So, that concludes time for the official opposition. I recognize the brief. We'll have a brief recess. 30 seconds. We're now in recess.
Thank you.
Order. We'll reconvene the meeting, the Committee on Supply. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister and his staff for being here. I do want to go back to the issue of NDAs. This is something that in the first session after the government was elected was identified by many members of the government as a priority. And then that changed. And so I want to ask why, but I guess I want to frame my comments in some of the conversation that was had last hour. And one of the pieces is that there, in the bill that we put forward, which doesn't have to be the way that the government deals with it, but is the model legislation and what's in place in Prince Edward Island, there is the opportunity for confidentiality. Yes, contract law is complex. Also, the law tends to be can be a very misogynistic instrument. And I think that the misuse of non-disclosure agreements, which have a very valid and useful original use, which is to protect trade secrets, but the misuse of that instrument to silence women is, I think, now widely accepted, even much more so than it was a year ago, as completely inappropriate. And so I kind of want to probe this idea that the government agrees that the misuse of NDAs is wrong and yet refuses to legislate. And so I want to understand why this commitment to addressing this legislatively changed. We heard, we want to do this, we're going to do it, and now we hear we're undertaking an interminable jurisdictional scan. So I wonder if the Minister can address that question.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Chair, and through you to the member. What I was thinking the other day is, one of the Premier Houston's quotes that he often uses is faster, or going faster. I'm not a faster guy. I'm a cautious guy, and I think that's one of the reasons I'm good in this role is I'm a little bit more cautious, and I do want to say, we have not said no. We said we want to review and slow it down, and anybody who was around often, I would say I'm the one that's saying to the Premier, slow things down. And so we're not saying no. I want to ensure that we have really good legislation. I know that there are other jurisdictions that do have legislation. Some of those may or may not be good legislation, and I want to make sure we have good legislation. And the other thing I would offer is, initially when this came, I thought this was a very straightforward issue. Having done some research, I don't think it's as straightforward as I first thought. I also want to say is I know that predominantly NDAs do impact women. I do want to say that I think that they impact men as well. I do know men that have had to enter NDAs as well. And I go back to, I think that there's nobody in the House, that wants to silence victims of sexual abuse. I think we all respect and recognize the harms that can be done through harassment and abuse, and we want to address those, but I want really good legislation, and part of that is to continue to do a jurisdictional review and to do the research that's needed. At the end of the day, I've never said no.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
So the Minister has never said no, but he did say yes, and now he's saying maybe. And acknowledging that men are impacted by NDAs, absolutely. And I think we saw that very starkly in the Hockey Canada scandal. And so I guess I just want to press is this legislation that is coming or not? Not saying no is one thing, but I also want to point out that we are in the context of a conversation right now about gender-based violence, and not acting cautiously is permitting more harms to occur. We have to understand that in the context of this conversation. These agreements, which everyone, the Premier has agreed, you have agreed, we've all agreed, can silence victims and in fact can perpetuate further abuse because people are protected from consequences. So if we agree on that, then of course due diligence needs to be done. But it has been quite a long time that we've been looking at this. And when we delay action, we know more abuse is happening. And so my question is there a commitment to legislating this, and by when?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Chair. And I guess what I would say is I understand and I hear what the member is saying. I am not at a point in time yet to make a decision on this one way or another. I do know that there are other jurisdictions across Canada who are also seem to be in the same place that Nova Scotia is, where they're continuing to do research and review and haven't made commitments one way or another. And so I think that we have expanded. Recently, I've given the direction to expand the review, expand and look at other jurisdictions and other places other than Canada, because currently PEI is the only jurisdiction and it's never been really used in PEI that we know of. So I want to see what the broader implications are. We have expanded that review and we'll continue to look at it, and that's all I can add right now.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
Okay, well, I'd like to dig into this jurisdictional scan then. If first of all, the legislation being enacted in Prince Edward Island means that it is being used. It means that perpetrators of harm know that they cannot be shielded from perpetuating that harm through a non-disclosure agreement because it is illegal. So whether and when that law will be tested, just because it hasn't, been tested in a case does not mean that it is not functioning. And it's a real head scratcher to me. I have an understanding of what jurisdictional review means. It means you check out what the other jurisdictions are doing, you look at it, you study it, and then you decide whether or not you're going to do it. And what I'm hearing here is because more jurisdictions are doing this, the review is going to take longer, which to me is like an absurdity, because presumably if more places are legislating this, then de facto it makes more sense for us to do it. So I wonder if you could comment on that. Is a jurisdictional review a never-ending research project? Like, what is it? What are the parameters, and when does a decision get made?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yes, thank you. And that is part of the issue with PEI's legislation. It's enacted. It's never been tested. It is contract law. Will it stand up? We don't know. Do we expect to see some kind of a result from PEI that we can base a decision on anytime soon? Probably not. It's less than a year that legislation's been enacted. Thereby, we've expanded our research and our review to see where else, if it's been tested, and where else it might be.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
So there's some dissonance going on with this government because we hear all the time about the need to act faster, and the minister addressed this in his remarks. He's not a fast guy. That's okay. But we need to act faster. And so when we talk about that in the context of healthcare, it's we need to act faster. We need to act faster because we need to address people's healthcare needs. I have never once heard we need to act faster as long as the thing that we're going to act on has already been tested in 27 other places and we know that it's okay. We do it because we think it's going to work. We've done the due diligence and speed is required. And I would argue that the same is true here. And so that leads me to ask the minister, what are we waiting for? Are we waiting for other, more jurisdictions to pass legislation that seems quite frankly like a cowardly approach? Are we waiting for another scandal? Are we waiting, in all the other jurisdictions, including Prince Edward Island, where this was enacted, it was in response to a moral outrage about something terrible that had happened, where NDAs had been used to cover up that terrible tragedy. In PEI, it was widespread abuse at a university. In Ireland, it was, the mothers and babies home. In the United States, it was Harvey Weinstein, and then at Fox, Roger Ailes. All of these well-documented, awful situations of serial abusers and abuse. Are we waiting for that? What are we waiting for?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And very respectfully, what I would say is, once again, as I pointed out earlier, regardless of the Premier's stance or healthcare stance or anything else, this minister's stance is a little bit slower and a little bit more cautious, and I don't rush. And I recognize that in some cases, Mr. Chair, someone may refer to that as cowardice. I would refer to that as cautious and erring on the side of caution. If any of the members have done any research, which I'm sure they have, and I don't want to get into a moral debate and a fight here, there are pros and cons to NDAs across the board. And so it's staff are researching to see how other legislations are dealing with this, how they're being used across not just Canada now, but throughout the States and even into other countries. And then we'll make a decision on it once I have more information.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
So that I'm curious what kind of consultation and engagement the department is doing. And I just want to say, I'm not casting personal aspersions. I'm not calling the minister a coward. I would not do that. I am saying that this approach of an overabundance of caution, to me, is not a brave approach. It's not an approach that acts to protect women and victims as quickly as possible. So I want to just clarify my comments in that regard. But I guess I want to say, what engagement are we doing? Because the minister says, well, there's both sides, but I will tell you that I wonder if that's what the minister will hear if he engages with groups who are impacted by these legal instruments and groups who have been subject to these legal instruments. Because I have engaged with those groups, and I don't hear a lot of equivocation about whether these are useful or not.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice. No. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much. I basically have said everything I'm going to offer today in regards to NDAs.
Thank you. I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
So the minister won't answer the question of whether there's been engagement with stakeholders?
I recognize the Honourable I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
So I guess in conclusion, what I would offer is that there is external as well as public information. There are court cases that we're trying to look at, other jurisdictions and looking, and we're trying to engage with colleagues across the country. We did bring this up at when we had our FPT. I have talked with other jurisdictions and other attorney generals, ministers of justice, solicitor generals to see where their stance are, and we'll continue to do that. And
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. Well, I certainly, if engagement hasn't happened, I hope that it will, because this is a legal instrument that impacts people's lives very directly. And so I would like to encourage that. And also, you know, encourage reaching out directly to not just attorneys general, but to advocates in, you know, this jurisdiction and others who have made it their life's work to make these changes because of the terrible impact that these legal instruments have had. I don't know if the Minister has another comment, otherwise I will switch gears. Okay. So just before I turn it over to my colleague, I do want to mention, because the Minister mentioned in his comments the Mass Casualty Commission, I want to mention the member for Colchester North is here, who I saw this morning in Truro, and acknowledge that this is a really hard day. And so I just want to put that out there. And it's a hard day for a lot of people. But I won't put this question to the Minister because I'm assuming that he won't answer it. But I will say that for years and years, our caucus has been pushing for a public review of policing in Nova Scotia. You know, we have been told time and time again that we need to wait for this report. This report calls for that review, and it is our sincere hope that that is undertaken soon. But with that, I'll thank you for your time, and I'll turn it over to my colleague, Susie.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just before the member leaves, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few general questions that I'm going to ask. Our caucus was deeply saddened to learn of the recent deaths in the correctional facilities in the province. 37-year-old Sarah Rose Denny was a Mi'kmaq woman who died last week at Burnside with pneumonia. My question is, what is the department doing to improve access to health care in its facilities?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
So without getting it, I can't really get into the particulars of any, which used to be so frustrating when I was in opposition to hear this, and I'm sorry, but you really can't. I can't get into particulars of any individual cases. I do know there was a inmate who passed away at the Dartmouth General, who was an inmate at the Burnside Correctional Facility. Other than that, I can't get into particulars around individual cases. What I do want to offer, though, is that, of course, at Burnside is the forensic unit that's there, health, and we do work very closely with them. We're trying to increase that relationship. It's a pretty good relationship now, but we constantly try to work with them, increase that relationship, and there may be some things that are in the works that hopefully this time next year I might be able to sit at the table and share a few more things that are happening that should be positive in those directions.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
So I just want to clarify this. So, like, improving the access to healthcare in its facilities, we're utilizing the outside sources to offer those services for folks that need it. I mean, you said the forensic hospital is nearby, or is that where folks are located?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So one of the benefits that I've had, I've really appreciated being able to go and visit facilities across this province. I've been to all correctional facilities in the province. The way that the Burnside unit is set out, there's one wing of that is health. It's healthcare. So the health facility is actually right on site as part of Burnside, and so in a lot of cases they can deal with things up front and be there. In some more severe cases, they would have to take somebody out of the institution. Yeah.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
My next question is, racialized people are overrepresented in the justice system. Can the minister please table the most recent update on race-based representation within remand and custody?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you through you to the member. Thank you very much for the question. I don't think anybody who is involved in justice could not say that they recognize that there is a overrepresentation of African, Nova Scotian, and Indigenous people in correctional facilities. They approximately 14% on both cases. But one of the things I recognize in some cases, people say, well, you've been in the role now for just over a year and a half. But some of these things have been long-standing. We are looking at ways to try to address these. Some of these would be examples being as spoke about in the opening speeches, the African Nova Scotia Justice Institute or the Indigenous Justice. We're trying to fix some of these problems. And what the other thing I guess I would offer is it's really interesting when you go and you do visit the facilities. You have an opportunity to talk to the staff and people who are there every day. And sometimes they'll explain to you what some of the issues are as well. So firsthand knowledge, being told why those numbers are higher. We are trying to address some of those concerns now with staff. And also working with other partners like was previously mentioned, Elizabeth Fry and John Howard Society, and that to try to provide opportunities. Not everybody who may be in custody needs to really be in custody. And I think of a friend of mine that I knew who was in Elizabeth Fry. She was in Holly House in Dartmouth, and you know, the traditional correctional facilities would not have benefited her at all, but alternatives were there, and so we're trying to continue to work with our partners to address some of these issues as well. I'm well aware of it. And
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Minister, for that. You did mention the John Howard Society, and I received a question to ask you about why their funding was cut. But in the beginning statements, you did mention that they will be receiving multiple year funding, is it 2023 to 2028? So that would equal up to be like $320,000 a year, because it's 1.6 million. Is that for the 5 years, or is that, yeah?
So I was going to ask that. The part that was cut was their pilot bail supervision program.
That's my next question.
Okay.
Because that was my question.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so the answer to the question is 1.6 million over 5 years specific to John Howard. Yeah.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
So then my next follow-up question for that would be, then I know that they had a pilot program, the bail program that they had there, and that's no longer being funded by the Department of Justice. So I'm curious to know why that is not being funded through the department. Bail supervision.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. So that was it really was a one-time funding thing that was done through Safe Restart, which was a COVID program. So that's where the funding originally came from for that program.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
So, as we know, it was a successful program, and we know that 1 year is not a sufficient amount of time to really kind of gauge that. I'm just wondering if the Department of Justice plans on continuing this particular program in community.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you again, Chair. And we anticipated that the 1.6 would help to include that, offset that, the loss of that funding for the bail program. And
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you for that answer, Minister. I'm hoping that it will be something that I don't have to ask a question of later, but I just wanted to mention, because this is what has been asked of me. They also mentioned that part of the pilot project was to oversee the electronic supervision in partnership with DOJ, the ankle bracelet for eligible cases, and they've heard that the electronic supervision could cost an individual up to $600 to $700 a month if they had to pay for it privately. So with the pilot project, which hopefully this will cover that, the funding that you're offering to Howard, the John Howard Society, because that would mean that access to the free electronic supervision will also be discontinued if they can't afford that. So I just wanted to put that forward for future thoughts. Hopefully we don't have to revisit it. All right. Truth and Reconciliation Commission called on governments to eliminate the overrepresentation of Aboriginal adults and youth in custody and jails, and report on progress doing so. Does the department report publicly on progress, and can it be provided?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
is it fair to say I'll get back to you and we'll look at it? Okay, thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
So for that question, I have a few more, but I'll save them and we can talk about that another time so that you can be able to respond. My next question is, the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls National Inquiry called on governments to address the overrepresentation of Indigenous women in correctional facilities and ensure culturally appropriate programming and services for incarcerated Indigenous women. Can the Minister provide an update on this work?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice. Oh. Need a minute?
My deputy's asking me just to wait.
Okay. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I, I want to say, I recognize the limitations that I have sometimes based on my own culture and not recognizing other cultures. And as I get out, I emphasized earlier about getting out and talking and seeing and being firsthand, and I'm learning things that I didn't know. And one of those are some of the barriers that Indigenous women are facing, not only going into custody, but also being able to get out, and some of the barriers that they face that I never ever knew about. So I will say that, I'm learning those things, and because I'm seeing them from a different perspective, I'm asking staff, can we address these things? Like, why does this exist like this? Like, we have to address it, right? And the other thing I will say is the department itself, we do recognize the unique needs of not just women, but Indigenous and Black women. We funded the Mi'kmaq Legal Service Network for $4 million. Over the last 5 years, so we continue to support them. And we're making changes in correction services where, a number of years ago there were no such things. We did not have in our facilities Gladue courts. We now have those sweat lodges at facilities. We're doing those, and so we're certainly trying to incorporate the needs. And also the needs that people are facing that allow them or don't allow them to get out and reintegrate into society. And I guess I'll use, I don't want to use examples because I don't want it to show my own ignorance if I'm wrong, but I'm out listening, and then I come back and I research and I see, okay, so what I'm hearing there, right? Well, we need to fix that. We need to, so it's something we're looking at.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
I thank you to the Minister for even acknowledging that, because as we know, a lot of times we don't see it the way that other folks see it because of their experience, right? So I appreciate that, and I'm thankful that the Minister is very honest about that. My next question is, we've heard from volunteers with Books Beyond Bars that they are still not being allowed back into Burnside to run their important program. Can you explain this and why that is?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
So thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member. What I would offer is very much similar to what we're seeing in with health, although a lot of the rest of society has moved past COVID. We're all sitting in this room. I think there's a couple of people with masks on, but most aren't. In our correctional facilities, we're still operating very much like COVID, because of the confined, everybody being confined in a very small area. So masking is still a requirement, hand washing still a requirement, and all those. And so we've limited the amount of people that are still going into the facilities. But what I would offer is we're really hoping and trying to get back to as much to normal as we can, but it just takes a little bit longer when you're dealing with large numbers of people in small spaces. Yeah, and so if I could, to add on that, I would, staff are saying that they're anticipating by about May we should be back to regular operations, hopefully.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister, for that, because that would have been my next question is around when, but that makes sense. And I guess in this climate that we're in, it will be dependent on, the cases and how we want people to continue to be safe. So, according to the Elizabeth Fry Society in Cape Breton, the province is going to get the bail program to probation. They are concerned about this change and its impact on people on probation. Can the Minister confirm this change, and why is there a reason for this change?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
So what I'm being told is there's no decision and we don't really know about this. So once again, staff are aware. If maybe I can give that to you at another time. Okay.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
I'll highlight that so I can make sure you have that information. Another few questions from the E-Fry in Cape Breton. Women in Cape Breton are incarcerated in Burnside, and so after their sentence, they need to get a bus. Release times don't align with bus schedules. Sheriffs used to bring them back and forth, but now they won't. Lawyers and judges are on side and requesting that when these women are released, they be transported back to a court in Cape Breton. Is this being addressed, and how?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I'm told that this was a practice during COVID that sheriffs were doing, but that we provide transportation to return people home now. But there were concerns at the time with public transit and other things. So,
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
So what I'm hearing is it's been addressed. There's no longer that issue with Cape Breton prisoners being transported or being left at a bus station or, not being transported back to Cape Breton. That's what I just want to be clear.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's also a major access to justice issue that women can't be incarcerated in Cape Breton Island. Is this being addressed, and how?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Justice.
So as far as I'm aware, this is not a discussion that we've had at this particular point in time.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
So I just have, just because I want to be clear on this as well. So there is not a space for women to be incarcerated in Cape Breton Island, or is this that they're only being transported to Halifax?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Currently, there is only temporary holding in Cape Breton, and Burnside is the main. Yeah.
Say it again. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As well, legal aid lawyers in Cape Breton are struggling to contact their clients, and Burnside is uncooperative. Women can't access their own court appearances if they can't access the video booth. Will the province invest more resources to support Cape Breton women in Burnside?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yeah, we're not aware of this complaint, So I think that the resources are there. People are not told that they cannot access their lawyers, and that I'm aware of. And the department has just made some further investitures into technology, as I spoke about earlier, to try to maintain and increase opportunities through teleconferencing and video conferencing. So
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm glad to hear that. This is what's been said, and I just want you to know so that if this does come up, or maybe you can look into it, maybe this is something that's only happening infrequently, but it's still on the radar, right? Cape Bretoners don't have the same access to justice as mainlanders. According to the EFRI Cape Breton, a root problem is that women are being taken off the island when they haven't been convicted of a crime. Ideally, there would be small facilities across the province so folks don't have to migrate to Halifax. They are asking for beds to be disseminated to new women or gender diverse facilities. The blueprint for change was a model to correct this, but it hasn't happened. Is there funding in the budget to address this, and how much?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
So, Madam Chair, what I would say is that the facilities in Cape Breton are limited currently. We're reviewing how to address some issues, but the facility in Cape Breton is an older facility, and so there's challenges because of that facility as well.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, another question. I understand that Nova Scotia Health is responsible for healthcare provision in correctional facilities. Is the Minister aware of increases in the budget for primary care and wellness supports for inmates?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is probably something that has to be asked to Health, yeah.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
I mean, because we hear too often of poor health outcomes of incarcerated people. One recent example is someone who contracted meningitis in Burnside and didn't receive adequate early care. They ended up with worse outcomes than they should have because it took too long for them to be seen. What is being done to avoid these types of situations?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
As I said, some of these would have to go would have to be questions to Health. What I will say is, especially with Burnside, because it is so integrated with the Health unit, when we have issues, inmates typically get seen relatively quickly because the unit's right there. So,
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Earlier this week at a public meeting of the Public Accounts Committee, one of the issues raised was the freezing of fees for certificate legal aid lawyers. These amounts have not been increased since 2014, and I think my colleague mentioned the same thing. The Minister indicated that a working group was currently looking into this issue. Is there participation from the legal aid community certificate lawyers in this group, and how long has this working group been looking at this issue?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
yeah, I'm sorry. Just for clarity, would the member reread the comment or the question? I'm sorry.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham with a reminder that her time ends at 6:34.
Oh, Thank you, Madam Chair. Earlier this week, the meeting of Public Accounts Committee, one of the issues raised was the freezing of the fees for certificate legal aid lawyers. These amounts have not been increased since 2014, and the minister indicated that a working group was currently looking into this issue. Is there participation from legal aid community and certificate lawyers in this group? And how long has this working group been looking into this issue?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so what I'd offer is that, as I said yesterday when I was interviewed, we recognize that those rates haven't increased since 2014. There's been, it's not a external working group, it's an internal working group where we've been talking with DOJ and legal services to try to get a right fit there. So. Or legal aid, I'm sorry.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In recent years, we have seen continued declining numbers at Waterville, and reductions in this year's budget seem to reflect that. I understand the IWK has already taken over some unused portions of the building. How else will the department utilize the extra space and resources, and will they be downsizing to a smaller facility?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
So one of the things I asked for when I came on was a inventory review so that we can maximize the use of all our spaces, and so that's ongoing, and staff are going to come with some recommendations, I hope, soon. It's not foreseen to remove the youth from the facility, and we have partnered with health. There are a couple of youth that are in there for health as well. So
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The department estimates that the province's rate of persons with disabilities will continue to rise as our population ages, and have released a roadmap, Access by Design 2030, to address growing concerns of accessibilities. This year's budget showed a drop in funding to the Accessibility Directorate. Can you explain this?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Justice.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I do want to take the opportunity to recognize our director there, Don Stegan, who's with the Accessibility Advisory, and she's here today. They do great work. And you know, the amount of work that has come forward from that is just incredible. What I would offer is that it was one-time funding, and some of that work's already been done, so there was a decrease this year.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham with a reminder of 4 minutes left.
Thank you. Can you provide an update on the uptake progress in Access by Design 2030's actions, and will progress be regularly tracked and reported to the public?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice. Sorry.
Hold on.
Yeah. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I've been there. I hate when people eat your time, and I'm sorry. I do believe that we just submitted the plan in December. So the plan was just submitted with the speaker in December. So a lot of those questions are in that annual or in that plan. So you may want to.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Get this last question in. So, events at the Halifax Ale Host last year brought public attention to the lack of private security regulation in the province, an issue the legal community has identified as a serious legislative gap. The minister indicated that he asked the department to look into legislative options. And has this study taken place, and can we expect to see legislation come forward in the future?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Justice.
So if I can offer, of course, there was a bill. It was never proclaimed. So staff have gone back in conjunction with service. And tell you the department in a second. I can never remember the names. Thank you. So, you know, fundamentally what I do want to say is I recognize the families that were impacted by that, and, you know, our thoughts are certainly with them. We've been working with alcohol and gaming. So we've been working with alcohol and gaming to review the legislation to see whether or not it's still relevant, and if there may be some ways to whether or not we proclaim it, if there's some other way that may work better with that. So we have been working and doing a review of the Security and Investigation Service Act, and we'll probably be coming forward. We're very close to coming forward with some recommendations.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham with 13 seconds.
Got it. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say thank you so much for responding, and as well for the folks that are in your department. I know that they do a lot of hard work, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
I but I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Just before MLA Hanson leaves, thank you. Yeah, thank you as well.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was listening to the discussion around bail, and I wanted to revisit that while it's top of mind, because I was made aware as well of the cut to the John Howard Society. So I guess I'll just start by asking what the department has for a calculation on what it actually costs, an average daily cost for an adult to be incarcerated in custody. Do you have a figure for the cost of what that is today?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
I'm sorry, we don't.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do have the figure from the 2019 numbers from the Correctional Key Indicators. It amounts to $323 in 2019. So I think it's fair to say that it's gone up since then. But I think the point that I'll be trying to get at is, I'll ask the question, but I'm not sure if the department would have this on hand, but what is the cost of supervising someone in the community? And how would you compare that cost with someone that's incarcerated?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And we don't have the specific number, but you know, I think staff, myself, would agree that it's significantly less. What I would say is I think that there is there's also other factors at play other than just the dollar. There, you know, that there's to have somebody, if we can have somebody transitioning back into society in some cases. I used earlier a friend of mine who I knew who was at Holly House. If she had been housed in a correctional facility, she may not have had the same outcome. Like now, people have looked at her to be a model of how Holly Houses work to help, and so sometimes I think there's more at play than just the dollar value as well. That we try to look at the social impacts as well. And
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and so I appreciate that there's a recognition that from a cost perspective it is better, and even from a social perspective, and I think you've said something similar, that we should be trying to find ways beyond just keeping people in a corrections facility, if there is a way to do that, because of the impacts. The John Howard Society had a successful program by all accounts, unless correct me if I'm wrong, if there's some something about it that the department does not like, but the bail supervision program is shutting down because of this. That's what the corrections had advised them. It wasn't about trying to find money within, because I know Treasury Board does that sometimes. I sat on Treasury Board for years. When there's constraints, we try to make it work, but if the department values this program and all of the reasons why it's better than incarcerating people, why would we not try to make it work with the John Howard Society? So the question really is, will the department commit to ensuring this program is reinstated and that John Howard Society gets the funding they need?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I always hate when I'm asked if I'll commit to doing anything. I just wish you'd commit me to go look at it, okay? That I can do for you, but commit to, you know, it's hard when you in all fairness, the honourable member's been there too. When somebody asks you to commit to things, but you know, we have looked at it. I want to reiterate that there was $1.6 million that was provided supportive housing, and you know, it was intended that there would be a bail component and other wraparound services included with that funding. As I said earlier, I'll say again, is that the bail supervision, that funding really was a one-time thing. So what I'm willing to commit to is to go and have a further discussion with staff on this issue, if that's okay.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and definitely appreciate that genuine feedback, I think. I'll go back to that point that I made, and this is the second time from estimates last year around Section 496, and we've had the discussion back and forth about independence and the Minister of Justice role overseeing the public prosecution. But I do want to see if I can find out any more on the data that the Section 496 is being used, because it was provided last year that it was used 12 times between the years, I think it was 2019 to 2021. I don't have it directly in front of me from my questioning last year. But the question really is, and you might need to ask staff behind you on this, like how many administration of justice cases are currently before the courts now?
I recognize the Minister of Justice.
We're not ready yet. Madam Chair, I don't have that number with me, and I know that staff are feverishly looking. We don't have that information right now. I can certainly commit to getting it for you. I will certainly get that for the honourable member.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess I'm trying to be constructively partisan, but I think really what I'm trying to do is looking at the Jordan numbers that we discussed, 1,230 last year, 1,400 when it was checked in September. We're up to 1,500 and some now, beyond the threshold. There's a lot of nonviolent breaches, I think, that are before the courts that could be looked at, and all the tools utilized within the Crown. And that relates to the prosecution, that relates to needing a director, that relates to needing a director that's culturally competent in the role. And so I think the minister knows where I'm coming from in this and trying to be helpful. So I would ask that to the extent that he can, respecting the independence, that the section 496 of the criminal code be looked at, because it only has been used, in my non-expert opinion, but from what I'm told, when it's only used a handful of times and there's that many cases before the courts, then it seems to me it'd be something that the minister should consider discussing with the prosecution staff that he has. Shifting gears a little bit here to corrections, we've heard about the Central Nova Correctional Facility and the conditions there from both the people inside and the employees. And we hear that there's very little counseling support available, and that the facility is more of a retributive facility rather than a rehabilitative environment. So I want to ask the minister if he can elucidate on any efforts that may have been made since he's been in this role to improve conditions at our largest incarceration facility in the province, which is Central Nova Correction Facility.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And so what I would offer, I guess, is, you know, we do try to take a rehabilitative approach. You know, we do offer to the member, I would offer that there are tiers. And a correctional facility is a correctional facility. Then we have transitions like John Howard that we spoke about. And so you're going to hear different things, I think, you know, depending on who you're listening to. What I would say is, you know, we do have extensive services at Nova. You know, there's teachers that are there, social workers that are there, programmers that are there, therapeutics is there, the health system's there. So there are a lot of services that are offered there. And as I said previously, we are still in COVID mode in our correctional facilities. Where you know, I don't know if you were here when I said it or when we discussed it earlier, but we're hoping that by May that we're not going to be in that mode. But if you go visit the prison, you're still restricted around certain things, and that's because of the number of people in confined quarters, right? So I don't know if that helped answered everything, or thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering, so we're hearing about staffing shortages there that can lead to issues with inmates, and so excessive turnover perhaps, and that could be a snowballing impact if you're continuously short-staffed. I'm wondering if the minister can share how many staffing vacancies currently exist at the facility, and if he does have any information relative to the turnover rate there.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So before I give you the answer, let me write it down so I don't forget it. What I'll say is I think that one thing I've discovered throughout justice, not just in regards to the correctional facilities, but of course sometimes getting staff, whether it be for policing, whether it be for corrections, whether it be for, you know, we are in a time where it's challenging sometimes to get staff to do things, whether it be sheriffs and courts, and we hear that all the time. We constantly recruit, we've actually just recently started a pilot project with community college where we're actually training people to go into corrections. As it stands right now, we have no vacancies.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thanks. Madam Chair, is there anyone off on physical injury incidents or stress or mental health leave at that facility?
Yes.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam. Yes.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberlea Prospect.
Is there a number that you can give, the number of people that would be off on stress leave, mental health, or other health-related issues?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, you know, I suppose what I would say is we're getting it. You know, it does fluctuate. Sick time fluctuates daily. We can't really go into the specifics per day based on compromising security at the facility. So we do know that there you know, people call in sick or whatever, and we have to call people in to fill. And so that's what I would offer right now. But we have no permanent vacancies there.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you. Is there any measures taken to ensure staff are culturally competent at the facility and diversity training? So there's an example that we've heard about where individuals have been denied specific combs for their hair type due to a fear that it could be turned into contraband, for example. So I'm wondering if there's steps being taken to improve that at the facility for staff.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. So what I would say, of course, is, security of inmates and staff is a priority, and staff are both of DOJ and Corrections are continuously reviewing a variety of things to ensure that, with priority on safety, I think, which it should be in a correctional facility. We do offer, as I had mentioned earlier, we've entered into an agreement with training with Nova Scotia Community College. We've partnered with them. We also offer 8-week orientation. There's mandatory cultural competency training for all staff. The African Nova Scotia Equity, Diversity and Inclusion worker on site, as well as a Indigenous worker, and correctional facilities are constantly updating and working on that cultural training with Lenue and Umoja. And they also receive, workers also receive unconscious bias training. So there is a lot of training that goes on.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's helpful. Just on the Serious Incident Response Team agreement, so just want to see what the Minister can share about that. I'll just put it in one question. So the agreement between us and New Brunswick, is there any way for us to see the details of the agreement, or just explain how it works in terms of funding? And like, what role would our director have, which is a good appointment, and how would he be involved in things that happen in New Brunswick? And then just if there's anything that PEI is considering in terms of joining this, as they were originally, my understanding was they originally were planning to, so I'm not sure what happened there. So just a general question around CERT, what you can say about it, and what our role is, and how the funding all works.
I recognize the Minister of Justice.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So this is, I think that this is it's a model of, in my opinion, of where we need to be going with certain services that this province offers. And this is one of the first of its kind that I'm aware of where we've actually entered into this partnership with an additional province. The member is correct. Originally, we were looking at doing a maritime cert. That idea has not gone away. We just needed to get this first phase done first. It is the director here, of course, Alonzo Wright, that I spoke about before. He oversees the entire unit now. And we will have an office in New Brunswick as well as the office here in Nova Scotia. We will be increasing the complement, the number of people that are there. Currently it's 6. So we are increasing that. I'm just looking. I don't see my numbers. So I don't have my numbers to where we're going, but I know that New Brunswick, any of the costs that were associated with it that are New Brunswick found are paid for by New Brunswick, so there's no costs to Nova Scotia in this, any office spacing and anything like that. It really does open up an opportunity for Nova Scotia because we can now access, we'll ensure that we now have a bilingual cert as well, so because we can tap into that, and we, one of the criticisms I think in the past were that members from a particular area might be reviewing complaints on members from Nova Scotia. We now have the ability to move some members within that depending on what the complaints are. So it's new. I feel really optimistic about it. There's no costs to Nova Scotia, and there seems to be a lot of benefits. So,
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wondering if we could get a cursory update on the land titles initiative. There was quite a bit more funding that was put in for a compensation fund, some commissioners appointed for cases that were looked at by multiple parties, and the last I could find a number is like overall 299 parcels were cleared last I looked. So I'm just, I think it's incumbent on us to continue to track that number and ask where the number is now, and maybe you can share how many active files are underway.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
So not to pass the buck. Office equity and anti-racism. What I would offer, DOJ basically provides the legal services advice to it and commissioner aspects, but it really is probably a question more for office equity and anti-racism Minister Dunn. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So just recently, there was a Canadian Black Justice Strategy announced by the federal government. So I just want to ask the minister if he could maybe say what he thinks are the main issues from a Nova Scotia context to flag for this as this strategy starts to roll out, and if he's had any conversations with his counterpart on that Canadian Black Justice Strategy.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Just curious, time on not rushing, just curious on the time.
So we still have 30 minutes for the Liberals and the 10 minutes for the NDP. The hard stop time is 7:44, and still in discussion with the official opposition on the ending.
Okay. Just two things, Madam Chair. When there's the appropriate time, if you could let me know, because I'd like to step out for a moment. And yeah, it's switch time if we could. I just need a washroom break. And also if we can ensure that 100 years from now, when they look back onto that. No. And also, I want to make sure that I have time for closing. I don't know if I'm coming back or if today's the one day, so I just want to ensure I have those times as well.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Yeah, I'll make this easy because I was going to share my time with my friends at the NDP, so I'll just conclude now, and they can finish up with my remaining time, and then you can do your closing. We don't plan to bring you back for another day anyway.
Yeah. Perfect. We will take a 4-minute recess so you can. And after I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice, he does this. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much to the member.
Order. Ended up being 6.5 minutes, but here we go. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to go back for a couple of moments where we left off when my friend, the member for Halifax-Needham, was asking about the Security Investigative Services Act, the act which had not been proclaimed. I think it was from 2010. And I'll say the reason I'm asking about this is that the recent case having to do with the alehouse, etc., brought into public view the fact that the provisions of that law had never, in fact, been in force. And this was particularly upsetting to the family of the individual who had lost his life in an incident prior to the bringing forward of the Security Investigative Services Act. They had very understandably felt some ease in their minds when that act was brought into force, and I think it naturally created a feeling for the family that the tragedy they had been through, some good had issued from it. So it was very upsetting to them recently to learn that, in fact, the set of regulations around bars, bouncers, training regulations, and so on that had been in that Security Investigative Services Act all these years since 2010 had never been in force. So I wonder, can you offer any insight into the possible reasoning why, what purpose might have been served by the act having been held in abeyance and not proclaimed?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And in all fairness, it's hard for me to, I can't speculate on why a previous government did or did not do anything. What I can offer is that when this most recent event happened with Mr. Soller down at the Ale House, and when DOJ was advised that the Security and Investigation Service Act was never proclaimed, one of the things I had asked staff to do was to go through our department and see if there was other unproclaimed legislation. What I would say is that the Security and Investigation Service Act was not the only one. There was probably about 15 different pieces that had been passed, and some of those go back a long time. There, it's a variety of reasons why sometimes legislation doesn't receive, isn't raised and is proclaimed. Sometimes there's an election called in the middle and the legislation may have just passed the third reading and so it doesn't go forward. Sometimes government just decides not to move it forward, changes in government and different priorities. I can't really, I don't know, I wasn't there at the time. I know it didn't happen. What I would say is that we realize that it's an issue that does need to be addressed. We feel that I can't speak specifically to the piece of legislation of the Security Investigation Service Act, but we do know that something has to be done. It highlighted that it was never enacted, and we are working in conjunction with Alcohol and Gaming to see what is the best fit today and 10 years later. It's something we're taking serious, and it's I think what I would like to offer to the family is that we do know and we are taking this serious, and we're trying to rectify this.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Minister, for that explanation. I take what you're saying to mean that that there has been something of a vacuum, and that the department is now now engaged in bringing forward things that will fill that vacuum. Is there any more that you can say about what the department will be bringing forward in terms of provisions, regulations, possible legislation on the subject of the act which had not been previously proclaimed? And
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
I unfortunately I can't give a lot of details right now. What I do know is that, as I said, we are reviewing it. We have some very preliminary suggestions of what are coming forward, and I would anticipate that we're going to see that come forward sooner than later.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you. So I certainly understand that you may not have the answer to this ready to hand, but can you say anything possibly about what form that might take? I mean, 13 years ago, the thought was that it would take the form of legislation. Are we thinking now that it might take the form of regulations in the different departments you've mentioned, or policy, or can we characterize a little the shape of what might be being brought forward?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you. I think it would be premature to suggest anything one way or another. The discussions are whether or not it would be new legislation. There is a discussion going on around whether it would be regulations. There's discussions currently going on in regards to what department would be responsible for it. So it would really be premature to indicate one way or another. But we do know that it's a gap, and we are looking at fixing it.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you. Then just going back to the aspect of a bill's not being proclaimed. As the Minister and Attorney General, I wonder if you could say anything about if you find it reasonable or understandable that people would feel some dismay that a bill that had been through third reading and received assent but not been proclaimed, that they would, having felt through the years that it was in force, and then to find out that it was not in force, that from your point of view, is it an understandable thing that this would be upsetting to them?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
So, once again, I wasn't there. I was on council at the time, but I was not in provincial government as an MLA at the time, or in cabinet in the time, and I don't know why it wasn't passed why it wasn't passed to the lieutenant governor. I would agree that if somebody feels that something has happened a certain way, there's probably surprise and disappointment when they find out that there wasn't. And so now that we know that it was never proclaimed, we are trying to take action to fix it.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Well, I thank you for those comments. I was there, part of the debate in 2010, and I was as surprised as the family to find that the conclusion of that debate had not issued in the new law. So I want to thank you for the explanation you've given, and for your words of understanding towards the family that you directed earlier in answer to my colleague's question. So thank you.
You're welcome.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Needham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, common law couples in Nova Scotia still do not enjoy the same rights as married couples, despite recommendations in 2017 from the Law Reform Commission to correct this. The last Minister of Justice undertook public consultation on this, but no new legislation arrived. I'm curious to know, have you taken this on as a project in your ministerial position, and will we see legislation finally come forward on this?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, through you to the member. Phase 1, of course, of the Matrimonial and Property Act has been completed. We are moving on now to Phase 2, and we plan on doing engagement in regards to that. So,
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Is there a timeline for when that might be, or is that just, can we be updated as the time goes along?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
a couple quick things. So I absolutely hate giving a time frame, because then you come back next year and say, well, we said this and this and this, and so you know, what I would offer is to answer the question. We're anticipating bringing forward proposed amendments in 2024. But once again, it's dependent on how everything else goes. And you know, what I will offer is the recommendations that came out today from the Mass Casualty Commission are pretty significant and pretty weighty, and they may push our timeframes on some things. So next year, don't say you said. If you're okay with that. I feel so bad, Madam Chair, for poor Toyin, because Toyin's like one of the smartest finance people I've ever met, and nobody's asking any finance questions or asking anything else. Toyin's sitting there with the whole book waiting for just sitting there going.
Toyin, how are you?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Toyin, how are you feeling this evening? I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the honesty in that. I mean, I will look back at this and I will ask, but you know that I will ask regardless, right? But not in that type of a way. It's just I understand the magnitude of this report coming forward. So my next question is, recently the department stated that it was committed, and you might have already answered this question, but so many questions have gone. So the department stated it was committed to introducing an African Nova Scotian Justice Action Plan. Will we see this come this year? And is the funding for the action plan coming out of the funding for the Justice Institute, or has it been otherwise funded in a different, in the budget?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as I said during my opening statements, we have already gone out and done 2 rounds now of consultation with African Nova Scotians across the province, and we've had over 200 people actually attend. So now that round 1 of the consultations were completed in 2002. There is what we heard report that's been prepared, and we went back out for round 2 during October and November just passed to try to validate the results of what we had so far, and so we continue to push that forward. It is a bit of a priority, and we'll keep moving forward with it. Yeah. And I do want to recognize as well, if I could, just before I move on, is, you know, we have been working, as I've said before, with a number of community partners, and we certainly appreciate what they bring to the table as well. So we'll continue to work with them on this plan as well.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my second question was, is this coming out of existing funding for the Justice Institute, or is it otherwise funded in the budget?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Chair. And so the intention, I guess, is to try to finish doing the consultation and get the plan together, and then they'll probably be, of course, looking to try to acquire some federal funding, and then the province at the time as well. So.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can we expect to see an African Nova Scotian policing strategy? And when can we see that?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
The answer is yes. And we're working with the African Nova Scotia Justice Institute and also with consultations with Ann Steepad too. So.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just made me think of something really, but anyways. My next question is, I've received complaints in my riding about police brutality and harassment. For example, there was a recent incident on a schoolyard with not young children, but teenagers, with a disproportionate police response, and specifically towards the young African Nova Scotian youth, and none towards the other youth that actually had ski masks on. I know that HRP is ultimately responsible, but what guidance or support does DOJ provide to ensure that police responses in community are proportionate and safe while also maintaining a positive relationship with communities?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, I guess this gives me a bit of an opportunity to have a quick discussion in regards. A lot of times, I think people misunderstand what the role of Attorney General, Department of Justice is. I do not directly administer policing for municipalities. Each municipality does have a police board and work with their individual force, and we look at policing from an overall safety and provincial perspective. What I would offer is that it is a requirement for forces in Nova Scotia to have use of force training as well as cultural competency training, and so the expectation is that forces in the province are ensuring that their officers have that kind of training. I would also offer is, we are currently reviewing policing standards and looking at what exists today and developing new standards. So this is something that we're looking at addressing as we move forward too.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that answer. Our caucus has advocated for legislative change to ban the use of street checks in Nova Scotia. I know it is banned by ministerial order, but we know, as we talked about previous, that sometimes things change, governments change, elections happen, all of these wonderful things. Communities would benefit from the certainty of legislation about this issue. I'm wondering, is this being worked on at all?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Justice. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice. With a reminder, we will be having a hard stop at 7:45, and that gives you time for your closing speech and for us to finish what we have to do here.
So, thank you, Madam Chair. So, you're telling me to talk this out for 10 minutes? No. I would not do that to the member. I would not do that. No, that's right. So, I don't know if you were here. I remember the frustration when that happens. And I thank all the members here today. Have been very cordial and respectful. I think we've had a great discussion, and I appreciate that. What I would offer is we're not really considering looking at legislative changes right now. I mean, there is a ministerial directive. It's strong. It's legal binding under the Police Act, and police have to comply. So it would somewhat be redundant, so I'm not looking at that right now.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just saying that because when I come back, in the next election, I'll have to ask the same question to, hopefully, maybe, to yourself. But,
Okay.
just saying, thank you for that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, maybe on our side. My next question is, I'm sorry, you threw me right off there.
It's all right. It's been some long days.
Does the Department of Justice, and this is actually like maybe a financial question, does the Department of Justice have any contracts with five-star bailiffs? How much are the contracts for, and what are their services?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Twain's going through that book. I don't want to take the wind out of her sails. I'm told we do not.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
That was an easy question. I like that. Is there increased funding for victim services in the budget? If so, how much? See, I'm getting you turning the pages.
That's a Dwayne question.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And before I answer this one, I'm going to go back in regards to the previous question. We don't use process servers in the province of Nova Scotia, I'm told, so we don't use any bail services like that. In regards to this current budget with victim services, there's none there right now, and part of that is because we were waiting to see what came out of the Mass Casualty Commission and whether or not we had to adjust for there. So we anticipate that there'll be some changes. So. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Advocates have asked for amendments to the Human Rights Act to add social disadvantage and systemic discrimination as protected grounds. Is this being considered?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I missed that.
Sorry, okay. I'm going to ask again. Advocates have asked for amendments to the Human Rights Act to add social disadvantage and systemic discrimination as protected grounds. Is this being considered?
I recognize the honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The office hasn't been asked to look at it.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
It's like we're having a candid conversation here. I'll just send. Thank you for that, Minister. I will send you the details. My next question is, and I know we don't have a whole lot of time, is. There remain significant backlogs in the court systems left over from the COVID-19 pandemic. Is there funding in the budget to address the backlog, and is there a plan to address that?
I recognize the honourable Minister of Justice.
I was going to give an answer, and Toyin's going through her book. I don't want to preemptively answer now.
Doesn't want to be wrong.
Madam Chair.
I recognize.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so 2 million. Yeah, and that's directly related to Jordan. And I know, Madam Chair, that we're almost going to go
about 2 minutes.
Okay. Okay. Not rushing you. I'm sorry.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I will say that I do have a few other questions, but I can address them to you in at another time. But I want to say in my 1 minute and something that I have left that I truly appreciate having these conversations and as well having discussion about some things that are really important to Nova Scotians, especially when it comes to the justice system. And as well, like I said previous, I truly appreciate the work that is being done by your department, and hopefully we can continue this dialogue moving forward.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yes, Madam Chair, and through you, thank you very much to the member. Just before I start my closing, I do want to recognize that, there are a number, I think just about everybody who's behind me right now who's left in this room is from DOJ. And I do want to once again reiterate the great staff that this province has working for them, looking after Department of Justice, Corrections, and all the aspects of justice in this province. There's a wonderful team of very smart people in this province. So. And if you're ready.
Well, I just have to say a magic sentence here, but I have to say this is the fourth one that I've done, and this has been the funnest, especially this last hour. Sorry, Minister Moreau. But it was like watching a seed grow.
7:45.
Yes.
So just turn the floor over to him for closing remarks.
So thank you for the members. I will now close it to the Minister of Justice for his closing remarks with a reminder that we have a hard stop at 7:51, but that does not mean you have to take the whole time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I will just move the resolution on estimates for the fiscal year of April 1st, 2023 to March 31st, 2024. E12, resolved that the sum not exceeding $450,288,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of Department of Justice pursuant to the estimates. E19, resolved that a sum not exceeding $1,191,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect to the Freedom of Information and Privacy Protection of Privacy Review Office pursuant to the estimate. E21, resolved that a sum not exceeding $2,997,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray the expenses in respect to the Human Rights Commission pursuant to the estimate. E24, resolved that the sum not exceeding $442,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respects to Nova Scotia Police Complaints Commission pursuant to the estimates. And E33, resolved that a sum not exceeding $29,293,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray the expenses respected to the Public Prosecution Service pursuant to the estimates. Do I move that? Mm-hmm. So moved.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Minister. Shall the resolution stand? The resolutions are stood. With that being said, the time is now 7:47. That concludes the subcommittee's consideration of estimates for today. The subcommittee will resume consideration when the host again resolves into committee of the whole on supply. Please return to your seats in the legislative chamber. The committee of the whole must rise and report before the host concludes its business for the day. Adjourned.
Okay. Thank you.